찻잎을 너무 우리는 것은 잡스러운 맛이 올라오는 것을 방치하는 것과 마찬가지입니다. 지양하는 걸 추천드립니다.
Hello everybody! Welcome back, welcome back. I hope everybody's doing well. See you just getting set up here. Make sure that volume and everything is okay. Let's see. Hi everybody! Let's see. Hi King, hi Ocean, hi Hydra Fighter, hi Simon. I hope everybody's been doing well and has had a good week thus far. Hi Acadia! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Hi Pills! Welcome! Welcome, welcome. Yesterday, so I made sure to get the other guarantee ticket from Mirror Dungeon. I hope I could get one of the new units and then that would determine what team we're using. Then I got 2 dupes, even though I'm still missing several. I don't know, I just don't like to pull them when I know that there's other tickets. Or there's Valpurgis coming up. Cause then what if I get them there? But I do want to, I think I need Otis for some of the, for one of the achievements. I need the other T-Corp, so I probably will. Let's see, I think I'm good for... I'm pretty much there for shards. Not so much for you, because I had to, tried your other identity. Hello, D-Corp, welcome! But I did go through some friending, and I think actually... Kaskazuk actually accepted my friend request, so we do have some of his units, so... I think we'll be doing the charge team. I just think it'll be slightly different charge team than last time since it has been updated, because if I have a chance to bring out the magical girls, how can I resist? And I think it's always fun to there's the extra effects you get when having the Warp Corp team, so that's why I'm using Warp Yoshu instead of Red Eyes and Penitence. But yeah, I think it'll be 1, 2, 3 Heathcliff, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess it was still 6 then, isn't it? Unless they updated this one to 7 as well. And then... I guess Honglu's an option. Let's get to it. But this is, I think, when it was first announced we were getting reruns, the BokGaks. Oh, here we go. And then as soon as we get the announcer, even though I don't always use voiced announcers, I think it's appropriate to get this one for this event. This was the first event I thought of that I wanted to have voiced. Because it's just for those, I remember even talking about it, I was I hope just having the one scene voiced would do so much for it. And I guess we got a little bit of it then, because then there's the flashbacks in Kanto 7 that were voiced. Oh, it is 7 deployment. Okay, so we can bring someone extra. Thank you. And then who actually is... Okay, so we'll have the 3. That's plus... Nice that it's everyone. Negotiation, uncertainty. It's such a cool map as well. And I was going back to, oh, hi Chipidium. I was going back actually I think yesterday actually, to the... I like that we get the warning even if it's just the story. Although this one probably does deserve a warning. That's a warp train after all. I was going back to my tier list because I didn't particularly... I don't think I rated warp super highly compared to like some of the other events. Just because also like my favorite comparison is like time killing time at that point, which is so good. And compared, this is just like a much more... Oh, it was conflicted because what's good about it is so good, but it's also a much more straightforward story. I just like the sort of moving parts in time killing time, like sort of the complexity and the themes of that story a little bit better. And then it sort of comes down to, do I value overall or like certain aspects just being really strong? But we'll see. This might end up being raised, but then I have no idea again how to when we come back to like the tier-ish list again. Hi, hello. Hi, welcome. It's hard to put, because I don't know where. Co-op event is high, spring cultivation might be the number one, but it's hard to compare that as well because it has so much extra content. It has a whole new gameplay aspect. But I have no idea where. Co-op event will be high, but I don't know where. And I'll have to sort of sit on it, I think. Oh, that's hard. But let us... Oh look! The CG is still here! Oh, good night, sweet prince. Oh yeah, and the other thing I think about... and I've said this many times, when first playing this event, I did not particularly care for Cassetti. I did not think he was that interesting of a villain. But he proved me wrong. With proper context, he is a much more... I mean, in hindsight, he's a much more fun and interesting character. In hindsight, what's fun is, like, in hindsight, he became a funnier character, I think. And, of course, I didn't actually read the stories. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Helem. Yeah, I think the event, the collaboration really showed the issues with Limbus's gacha system. We have sharding, but that doesn't remove when the gacha system itself is predatory, and there's some real problems there. Some people brought up that, like, in Arknights, the way the, like, collaboration gacha works is, like, the spark, I guess, like, their version of Isa is lower just for collaboration units. I think that would have been huge. You're very empathetic when it comes to games. Is there anything about Limbus you generally definitively dislike? The gacha! Hello, Kip. Good evening. Besides the gacha, I'll have to think. I'll have to think about that. What's the, like, if there was, like, one thing I'd... I've always been, like, I'm pretty open to, like, criticizing stuff I do like. I think one time, at some point, it would be interesting, because, like, when I was playing Lobotomy Corp, that's when, like, all the pre-release Limbus, like, the really, really early Limbus stuff, we didn't even know the title. The Twitter account was still called Library Limbus. The reveal that it was quite possibly Gotcha was coming out when I was playing it. I'd be interested, and I was like quite critical of certain aspects then. Be interesting to particularly just like the Gotcha aspects. But often for like criticism, it's because I want something to be the best it can be. You know, and I think like criticism, it's hard because I always want to like approach it constructively. And that's because again, I want things to be the best it can be, and I want it to be healthy. That sort of outweighs the desire for people to be healthy and kind and not have bad feelings. Sort of outweighs a lot of, I guess I value that a lot more highly than a lot of things, I think. Let's jump in. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but
제대로 듣고 계신 건가요? 지금
I like how they draw Dante's like flames with this rake brush here, just a little texture. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Question mark.
단테 혼란스럽겠지만
I can't wait. I think my favorite scenes in the entire game is one of the early ones here. What the heck happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago.
다음 행선지는 워프 열차입니다. 단테.
What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Freeze frame, yep, that's me, that's exactly.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈키호테. 너희들은 지금부터 T사의 워프 열차 승강장으로 간다.
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군. 그것을 해결하러 가는 것이 아마도 우리의 임무 아니겠는가?
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
Missed everyone's voices.
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다. P사로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다. 문자 그대로 받아들이면 될 일이지.
It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities' memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. When they sort of bring this up, because I think when the game first started, I kind of assumed it was sort of, they ended up as like, kind of a mixture, because why would they listen to Dante anyway? Now this does make me want to see how battle actually works. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
파우스트군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가? 본인한테만 미리 살짝이라도 알려주지 그랬어.
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두었습니다.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
타론도 반대. 매피 말고 다른 걸 타면 매피 밥은 누가 줘?
파우스트 씨,
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠. 또한 LCB 소속 전원은 1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier.
1등석이라면 부전놈들의 지정석 같은 데 아니냐? 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
개인, 캡슐, 프라이빗, 그 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
This just really makes me wish the collab was voiced.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다. 워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
Oh, the techiness of it would have been funny with the Arknights cast speaking Japanese. That gave me. Because I was looking up when the collaboration was happening. I was looking up some of the voices. I forgot that like for the Arknights dubs, they often like get native speakers, because like multinational the right word for Arknights in terms, because it's not Earth, but it's like a very multinational cast. It was super cool because it's not really something I think you hear a lot in dubs. It's very American standard, I think, and it made me think, you know, if Limbus ever got like an English dub, I'd like that. I like it if I actually think I'd really like it if everybody was accented. Because they don't do it so much anymore, but like in the early cantos, you'd have like Gregor talking in German and everything. Oh, there were race characters talking their mother language. Cool. I really like that. I think Limbus is. I think dubs are quite unlikely, just because of compared to like what I understand of Arknights is their stories aren't voiced, so you don't need to like you're only really bringing characters to like voice the units, if I'm understanding correctly. And I think that's the same for like gachas like Fire Emblem Heroes, for instance. It's probably just like a short recording session versus Limbus, where you're gonna have like extensive recording and really intense for the like particularly the Kanto characters, the focus characters, some very intense recording sessions. Sorry, drinking tea and I realized they gave me an intense expression.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
I guess the other option I would accept for Gregor is let's just I can't remember his name. Let's just get Mr. Krabs's English voice actor to voice him, because he was also in Detroit Become Human and very good. One of the highlights of that game. Fancy Brown. Yes, thank you, Moth. That I would also accept that.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고 저도 역시 걱정이 돼서.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
Ishmael, who'd been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요. 옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
Wonder if the commemorative merch included the hats. Everybody likes the hats.
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 늘 순 없는 일이지.
Oh, Dawn.
1등석.
You have no idea what's coming. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 아비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
Regilius pretended to not hear Yoshi's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
가장 중요한 질문이 남아있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
그 1등석이란 공간에선 신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실인가? 어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을.
I need to see what I thought of that statement in the original VOD.
소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데 1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오. 참말인가? 이스마일 군?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요. 홍보 책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한치도 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네. 결코 우리 로신한테를 저 홍상고전 히스칼리 부군의 신발짝과 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
이게 진짜
Oh, it was Sir Heathcliff there, not young Heathcliff.
시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
No, we've erased the collaboration CG. It's truly gone. And now coming back to these stories with more context is so funny. Exactly, that's also why I like streaming them. I feel bad when I don't have as much to say. But I really like checking out not just the new stuff, but the foreshadowing as well. What collaboration? No. It's still here. I'd have to look through all the logos, but I feel like Warp Corp, it's so simple but so good. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the Warp Train station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them?
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Meso with his chin.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
Warp Corp is my favorite aesthetic. That's what I remember saying also when doing the intervallo was like the presentation was so good in the fights because like I was using the charge team to get like that extra bonus when you do rip space. But there's just such a good spectacle. Like the uniforms are simple, but they just for Warp Corp, but they're just so classic now. I think they're some of the most iconic. Oh. For a moment I was like, maybe I should bring Warp Dawn, but I gotta use Magical Girl Dawn. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
메르소군! 메르소군! 이거는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속재 방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
I like it. You can hear the announcer in the back. Mind the gap.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해보면 알 수 있다.
Seconds of screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
대체 뭐야? 귀가 멀어버릴 뻔했잖아.
우리도 마찬가지였거든.
아니 주막 바탕 음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네. 워프 열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야? 아이씨, 기껏 원정 왔는데 목표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
심지어 워프 열차 왕복권은 내 삽이었다고.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가? 오, 그래, 그 포즈로! 이왕이면 5분 정도만 가만히.
미쳤냐?
The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시 도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
That's when Virgilia slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다더군.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 메피, 외로울 거야.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나. 화물칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스터 씨.
네,
Virgilia, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away.
단테. 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는걸? 그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크. 아, 그래, 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다. 동결 시에 발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다, 재주.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. What happens to the fire? We get like frozen fire or like bald Dante? As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠. 파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
I wish you got to see a bit more of like B Corp in general. The architecture looks so amazing.
준비되었는가, 로신한테요? 이제부터 길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세.
I forgot they called it a jaunt.
그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Where'd that come from, Rhodia?
아니, 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나? 그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
그랬죠.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
자네들, 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
와, 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 유난 떨 필요는 없다.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
Well,
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
oh no.
그게 무슨...
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
P사행 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
The sinners, who are either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car, suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Oh no, why isn't this? The other sinners made it to their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I think so.
워프 10분 전.
제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Faust's one of my faves as well. I do kind of want the plushie of her. Oh yeah, and we're getting like proper, like the big plushies from Good Smile, which made me laugh because I think I've said before, if we get an Android, it's certainly gonna be Dawn. So I was amused to see that she was one of the choices. I do wonder about like the general popularity of the Sinners, particularly in terms of, because we have some like unofficial polls, but they tend to be like limited to like the different corners of the fan base depending on language. It's like, I wouldn't call it like Isang the mascot necessarily, but I do think he's like one of the more representative characters. I wonder why he was the choice. Oh, I mean, they can get the data by the last patch. Yeah, I wish last batch. I was really curious. PM could issue pool themselves. I wish they would, because like there's other series which do like official polls. Gregor is my favorite. That is a valid favorite. He's high up there. I'm just thinking I wanted to get the little Faust plushie. I can only see Dawn getting the Nendoroid. But yeah, I don't really have a strong sense because it's a very good cast in that I think on average you can tell like someone like Dawn is very popular, but I don't have a true sense of the most popular. I think at least in English speaking, Heathcliff's quite popular. Main characters tend to be the most popular. I want to go back and look at her reveal image because like right from the get-go I was like, because she has such a good design. Just having the just conceptually of adding like a Don Quixote to this world and making her a fan of fixers. It's just such a strong concept. Like having all the little badges on her coat. It's just a good design. The giant lance.
너무 걱정하지 마세요. 금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다. 단테.
I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Question mark?
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테.
But one thing I knew for sure was
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. Disappearing passengers. From what it's worth, the character PV is on YouTube. Isang Don Quixote at the most views. Isang! Okay, good to know. Oh, was he might have been the first of those character trailers. Pretty sure he was the first. I remember that particularly because it was like our first glimpse at like the sinner ego garb, and we didn't really know so I think people were drawing that as like his casual outfit. We didn't really know what it was. Yeah, oh geez, I wonder why they're disappearing. sure hope we find an answer. And don't just leave without solving anything. Okay, this is one of my favorite scenes when she wakes everybody up. Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요. 도착하지 않았습니다.
Huh? Once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, the train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Then, where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake up the sinners. Roland Library Ruina, hello.
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈 감았다가 뜨면.
아닙니다.
뭐야? 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까.
아닙니다.
도착한 거예요? 생각보다 겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없...
아닙니다. 아닙니다.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네만.
Yeah, that part. There's a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out about 10 consecutive occasions.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
And that brings us to the present.
그러니까 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고 있다는 거냐?
How Faust has Wi-Fi in another dimension but not on a train is beyond me.
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는군.
I do wanna see the Faust who's stuck on like emote only mode.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
그렇습니다.
I like how Heathcliff's like the perfect height to just like censor Ishmael there.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
Yeah, Mike Wazowski. I think Dawn's lance is very good at doing that. I think I saw a screenshot of her completely blocking Amiya because she's so little.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 회로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
그래도 파오, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지? 그렇지?
Right?
뭐야? 저 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, and in a way we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
감사합니다. 그럼
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요. 하지만
The real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드키를 받았으니 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토펠레스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건 좀 불친절한 것 같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
Some sinners grew more receptive after explanations, albeit with a sigh.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
그건
But not everyone, excuse me, was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
That's so ominous. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Okay. Why are we whispering? Your secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
Sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
Just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. I know we all kind of like, maybe not everybody, but there was a general sense of what was, going on with Faust, but it was so nice to get the actual confirmation. Okay, let's
흔들어 보죠.
let's see. I would like. Oh, I still get it wrong. I do. Might take a second, as always. But I really do want to try him out. Let's see.
맡겨두시게! 복제팀의
컨제스천 클
준비는 완료했습니다.
각 정리요원은
120번 홍루. 준비. 120번 홍루.
But he has. Oh, you do have. Okay, we'll do Warp Corp for the sloth. Not that we can really. Let me actually see. Again, it would be nice. It would be nice to be able to use the collaboration ego, but not exactly the team for it. Can't even use Gregor, but okay, let's stick with this.
모델 45-3 충전.
Did I say I did
전투 준비 완료.
I did a Mirror Dungeon Extreme run, and I got a secret fight on all the first four floors. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도 확실하지 않습니다.
Faust answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, right now you're...
네, 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다. 원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도. 그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다. 솔직하게 말해 부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch of the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback, nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my walk, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구테여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
여기서 10억 년 동안
Yeah, that would be closest to my reaction. Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실을 샅샅이 수색하거나 뭐 그런 거야?
Searching sweep.
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드 키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
3일?
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만
I really don't like flying. I would take this option. I mean the freezing option, not the warp train option. It made flights go faster.
제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
잠시만 기다리게.
Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가? 흥난 아니 두드리는 소리인가?
Well, it's such a creepy sound, the like scraping against metal. As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity, half horror appeared on her face.
아무래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야? 잠깐! 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언. 틀린 말은 아니지만
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep. Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. It got me. Oh, hello. Coagulated arm, bleed count, collecting blood, bleed, damage, bleed. 10 bleed and heal. Does not lower the target's bleed potency under 1. Counter, base power +1 for every 3 bleed count, inflict bleed. Gain +1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Consume 3 bleed and gain 1 coagulated blood. Offense, defense level. Thirst for blood. Targets with bleed. But this unit failed to deal any damage. This turn gain 2 fragile. 2 offense level up. Blood sucking. Damage taken from bleed minus 10% down. On hit, target is bleed. Heal 10% damage doubled. Okay. Now, actually, also, what's your
이 정도는 신입들 맡겨.
order, skill order? Okay. So I didn't look. Again, first time using, so always interesting. Let's see what skill you're against. Then we can try out some of the first battle. I want to try out the whole defense system. Defense-oriented charge. Congestion cleaning armor. One day I'll wear me armor for canceled trains. Your defense. Let's see what happens.
공격 범위 확인.
자신 있으면 덤벼보던가.
Oh, cool. Poor frame rate though. And again, overcharge, immobilized. Do you think when they were designing Ruina, they knew about how overcharge would interact with purple tier? Charge power, aggro. I don't think there was much reason to use overcharge anyway. I can't even remember using it the normal way. Need more charge.
암호 시동 체크.
No, I didn't get to use that. Magical girl's just too strong.
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만 제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다. 자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요? 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
What does that work? To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this! Look at this team. We're going to do great.
뭐라고 했어?
Nothing. But I forgot that not all sinners were content with nodding along with whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Isang grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다. 그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Well, Isang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
오, 그래도 되겠는가?
He's so happy. Isang began to elaborate with a gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
아, 말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
I mean, this is what I love about Project Moon. They have this sort of like sci-fi concepts, and they just like take them places. Really, I think like one of my favorite instances is still like the reveal of the tearful thing in K-Corp, where it's like, okay, we know the green juice heals, and it's probably powered by human suffering somehow. But then it just goes in this like reversal concept. And like, oh, it's so interesting and neat, and so much you can do with it. Hi, Fairy Knight, welcome. Oh, now I'm sad about Sam Joe. Okay, yeah, here's the sentence. Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. He'll be back, he promised. Oh no. Sam Joe always in our heart. He is. I'll never forget him. Still swimming to this day.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요.
Oh yeah, it doesn't even reverse. It seems to be manipulated by what the user thinks the serum does. It's just bonkers, and it'd be so easy to just go with like super nanotech healing. This is just so much more of a heady concept.
몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 일이 널브러질 뿐이지.
Like this stuff.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠. 자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. I was thinking about the other day. I know it's kind of the point, but it's like so many extra steps.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Still, I guess that means as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. A lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust is trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that. I love Faust.
단테,
What's up? Oh, time to whisper.
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know?
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는 알 수 없군요.
I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에. 그리고 직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살 좀 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가?
Such a funny line.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Based on comprehensive testing, magical girls are superior. Oh, we can hear her voice. Welcome back, Laugh Track Office. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 그 중에.
We already have Homer and Limbus. His name is Benjamin.
워, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희 뭔데?
Hello. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데. 뭐야? 요새도 그런 구식 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
아씨, 구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 걸 보여주랴?
그대 식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인 게로군.
아이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야! 아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주.
Excuse me? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데.
I feel like all my effort protecting this place goes to waste. Has like a double meaning now.
물렸다니 뭔 소리야?
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명.
They're gonna be like Merceau and make a sound effect with every line.
잠깐. 너희 1등석에서 왔어? 네. 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요. 보기에는 1등석이라. 진작 말하지. 내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
뭐 그렇지.
I just feel like get out of here. I want to see Cassetti.
우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다. 아니, 고장난 게 맞나? 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고. 이거 좀 수상하긴 해.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
Yeah, the sound effects really do sort of add to that.
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데.
Yeah.
그건 좀... 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라.
Hey, doggy. Okay, I'll probably take a really short, quick break when we finish the scene. defeat her.
아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고.
I'm afraid, doggy.
다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
빨간색이
아.
3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,200 둘.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
Sorry. Oh, just tangled in my headphone cable. More. There you go. There you go. Oh, do I need to turn my audio up a little bit? Oh yeah, I could go up a little higher. There we go. Okay, I'm afraid doggy is here. On my lap.
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
나는 이미 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고. 지금 이 객실 칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야.
I think I actually remember asking, or commenting on the term hell on earth, and somebody, because I was like, is that a like, because again, sort of when the question is like, where is the city? There's a theory it's on the moon or something. Like, what, where, how? So I was interested in like, if there was like a deeper meaning, if what hell on earth means here, and someone did mention in the original, it doesn't actually refer to Earth. Whatever the version of the phrase, it wasn't like specifically Earth here.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야?
Romania, Australia? I've been to Romania. I haven't been to Australia. Oh yeah, the 27.
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
해결사.
네, 해결사입니다.
Alice nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만.
Well, one of us is a fixer, officially.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가? 근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간에 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠. 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 옆에 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
Alice produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고에 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐. 좋아, 나저 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고. 일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
그렇죠.
Oh, I'm half married to this being a future Earth alt history thing. Yeah, it's kind of the whole thing in Leviathan where like Garnet not recognizing airplanes is one of the like most interesting hints to me, but there's so I don't even know if it would really be a question if they hadn't been cagey about it. I think there was some like Q&A once upon a time where they like refused to elaborate when or where everything took place. The fixer finally got out of her way, then with one of her free hands pointed toward the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤여. 이곳은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해주러 가시는 건가요?
Oh, you have to have the cutest voice. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
그렇단다.
우와, 그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
In a manner speaking.
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아유, 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
아닐세. 괜찮네. 더 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
Little squire.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리. 당연히 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
그렇군요.
She's... That's not even being honest. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈 키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요. 또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요. 보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐흐르고 있다니까요. 돈 키호테 씨.
눈.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요. 저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜?
No, I just feel with Sasha. I just feel like there's that Simpsons gif. I know there's a Simpsons gif for everything, but where they're like looking at the sheep and then and then the other sheep comes in front of the cute sheep and they all just like push the sheep out of the way. I'm like, let's get the cassetti.
무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데 눈색이 중요한가? 일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아? 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 뭐 별것 아니었습니다.
House nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Yeah. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Canto 7 also sort of maybe hinted at the Sinner stories being, well, stories known to Bari of centuries past, and I think that the literary sourcing can't just be metatext. That's not something I considered, but that's a really, really interesting thought. I really like that. I think that's really, really interesting. Especially with this sort of like... Go feed your dog. I am. Actually, she's just standing up. I just wanted to finish my thought. She was just lying peacefully on my lap, so I wasn't bothering her. But this whole concept of like flow and everything being faded. What would be... And also like them sort of like defying the original endings. Would be a really interesting... I mean, it'd be a bonkers twist, and not one I'd imagine we get to for a long time. But if they all end up in sort of like a better state than their original stories. Oh yeah, Library Ruina centers on the library, and it was originally called Library of Babel, wasn't it? Okay. Ooh, wiggle. Okay, I'll just be a couple minutes. I'll return. That's my discussion question. I'm leaving with you all. Okay, just a few seconds. Or a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. We got some. We got some veggies as well, which makes her very happy. She likes her veggies. Tadaima. Oh. Okay, and back to support refreshing. Oh, level 55 multi-crack. Could do that. But I want to use this Heathcliff. I really wish... Like, I think other games have like a refresh support button. There we go.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Would be nice. Would be nice. Reverse has one as a cooldown. Okay, trying this again, even though you have a skill 3 up there. Unopposed. Unopposed.
충전 기능 점검.
Hello, man. I want to get a rip space off.
자신 있으면 덤벼보던가.
Mobile?
이제
Oh, I remember the first time I played this. I wonder if we can do this again. You do it? That's it. Guess we'll use like weaker skills, I suppose. See if they survive long enough for Heathcliff. I like entirely skipped one of Cassetti's like phases because you can nuke so easily with warp cores. Okay, here we go.
끝났으니까.
Oh, I don't think that gave us the warning. Needs to do the final hit. I see, I see. No, no for coin. Excuse me. We'll get there. Maybe we'll take Cassetti.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가?
Not last.
없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는
Painting
경치가
of Hell 2.
바로 그런 것일 테니.
Got 2 of them now.
무대
hydrated, yes.
43 충전. 전투 준비 완료.
I am. It's getting colder, so now all the heaters are on. I get scratchy in the summer because there's like pollen everywhere. It's hot. It might be dry, and then it gets like dry again. And the winter's not even any better. Guess we'll just play like normal heat this time.
만만찮겠군.
I know they wanted to use house screen, but they're saving the stage name for the Osha can. Oh, good point. Am I allergic to pollen? A bit, not like terribly, but I am. yeah, no worries, Pose.
충전
No
기능
worries.
정.
Have a lovely night.
말씀을 정리한다.
I'm also didn't get the most sleep, so I understand.
맘.
I am allergic to horses. I don't care so much about peppers.
아르카나 세이버!
I don't really like how they taste anyway.
사랑으로
Sleep is for the weak.
이름으로
Weak mom. I think I was talking about the last stream. I choose sleep when I can. Oh, nice animations there.
공간을 제압 완료.
There we go.
교전 준비.
How much charge do you want? 3 charge potency or less. 3 potency. Okay.
만만찮겠군.
It might even be, I don't know if it's like part of it or a different allergy. I might be allergic to hay, but they're just like always with horses, so I don't really know if there's... If I have that as well.
아르카나 세이버!
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지.
Random RPG downside.
있어라.
There could be worse ones. Ooh.
만만찮겠군. 자, 악은 이렇게 가만히 없네.
지킬 게
악은
I was just thinking about like
가만히
my
없네.
the negative 70 always makes me laugh at the beginning or end of a battle.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
Oh yeah, those animations look so good. I'm excited to see Merceau as well. I have to see what people decide to be on the lead team. 'Cause I haven't picked up Ryoshu either, but I think she seems to be an important choice now. Question for chat while I go through the cutscene, just because I was thinking again about like my tier list, which I just call a tier list. I don't really like calling it tier list because it's a very binary way of rating things. But where would people in chat put the collab event? I imagine it's still fairly polarizing, and I try and like separate. I'm trying to like separate it as I mean, not like an event as in like a spectacle event, because it was obviously going to be something special. I'm trying not to let like that influence and my own what club event and my own like even not being like a Arknights, particularly an Arknights fan, but somebody who just like thinks Arknight seems interesting. And everything I sort of learned and researched and saw about the Seaborn seemed very cool to me and sort of like right up my alley. So it just sort of like generally appealed to me. Where it, if I were to like separate all that out, where it would fall for me. And then there's sort of all the extra stuff about it disappearing, about the stuff being limited, about memories being erased, so even if there's character development, it can't actually people can't really develop.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기 마련이니까요.
These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
Yeah, I really like Faust in this event.
네? 그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요? 아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요. 이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
그리고 또 모든 눈이 붉었던 것 같아요.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테. 열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
You mean, you know what to do to blow this case wide open?
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
Why is there like a bayonet right there? With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로 혈귀입니다.
What a twist. Who would have thought?
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
Blood fiends. Oh yeah. Once the collab ends, it just ceases to exist. Pretty much. I don't think it stays in the archive. I mean, we keep the ego. That's why that's been like quite a controversial aspect of the whole thing. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's like true lost media in that. I mean, it's on YouTube. You can still watch it. Yeah, and like, I can't really. I have no idea what the. That's sad. My hate for gotcha is trumped by my love for media preservation. I know, and I don't know what the. I honestly don't know what the rules or like legality of it all is, so I can't comment. I feel like it's just sort of part of gotcha that collabs are often limited, but it's but it doesn't have to be. I use Grand Blue as one of my favorite references. They have a whole bunch of collaboration stories that are kept permanent, but again, I just don't know what the agreements, like, what's the licensing, what does, was it hypergraph? What do they get out of it? I can't really I don't have any like deep commentary on how it should or shouldn't work, because I just don't know how this works.
정리를 시작하겠어.
But I mean, it does. I mean, any sort of time-limited stuff. It does several things. It does incentivize somebody to pick it up and play. I have to say, I do want to play the Ave Mujica collab in Arknights. That's also because Ave Mujica aren't even available in their home game. This is their only playable option. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
I wouldn't be surprised if all the stuff in the lighthouse, if they tried to avoid any mention of blood fiends from any of that stuff. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고 생각했는데 마늘이랑 햇빛을 두려워한다고 하던가요?
Are you gonna stream the rest of this? Yes, I'm planning on it. Unless like the next few parts take forever, but I think I'll keep going. This one doesn't have a dungeon at the end, so it's not as long. Do you think Bari curated her magazines? Yes.
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지. 그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만.
I completely forgot about this line because I think they put it in the trailer as well. Which I wonder if it might come up in Ryoshi's Kanto. This also makes me feel like Superintendent Chalmers in Steam Hams. Can I see it? Also, which finger?
하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다. 내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다.
Middle or thumb? I feel like middle and the whole family thing would make sense. We've sort of gone for like the artistic blood fiends. I don't know, so like ring would make sense, but also I want to see like a different approach. I'm thinking. I mean, they're strong. It could just be a pinky.
말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈귀의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다.
I'm sorry, because it seems being a goober is a requisite to be middle limber.
워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠. 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 것은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
This is such an interesting thing.
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
휘발.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다.
Oh yeah, Ishmael dissolving.
폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠.
Let's move past the C word.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라낸 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다.
I love this stuff. I mean, maybe not like love isn't the right word, but just these concepts.
그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고 소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든?
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
어? 그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데.
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
승객의 구성 요소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
Everyone fell silent for a moment. That That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Isang was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이오? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
Faust replies, avoiding Isang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
일리 있어.
Wakarimasu.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터, 즉
Getting there?
나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회.
What do we say? The
절대 놓치지 않겠네.
shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
단테.
Well, who knows in this case? It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. We forgot about fight. I haven't really been feral cleanup agent. I don't think there's anything really different or interesting here. Power leakage. Yeah, the attacker steals 1 charge from this unit. Tenacious. Okay. Do your best.
공격 범위 확인.
Hello, Dylan. Indeed. Our spellings for the end of the interval will have to be discussed since this is a BokGak. Yes, I assume. I've definitely been alluding to it.
출력 최대치.
I think this is a good time to sort of review and have fun with the foreshadowing. Let's build up the charge.
충전기는 전방.
Cause I was just using charge from your dungeon. I'm just like, they're so slow.
이 정도쯤이야?
But I want to start with instant 20 charge.
무력. 확인.
I'll be curious what like the BokGak pack has for gifts, because if you're playing charge, gifts are really good.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
What you really want is you want the heart and like the blood crystal.
지킬 게 많고.
sad to see get overshadowed was the Blood Fiend by the Blood Fiend revealed is how the story flips the culprit to the ultimate explanation word on the Orient Express. That's a good point. It is something that totally, particularly coming after like Time Killing Time and all the exploration of like mysteries. And as someone who really likes mysteries, it was quite sad to that wasn't a bigger part of the story.
효율적으로 하겠습니다.
사랑으로.
I mean, you could really do some like closed room. Yeah, like a proper mystery aboard a warp train could be super interesting. Not that we needed, but particularly like this whole stasis and like a locked room murder mystery.
이 정도쯤이야?
지킬 게 많거든.
야! 아르카나 슬레이버!
Oh, we got a little bit. Oh, City Poirot, that would have been amazing. Now I'm just like distracted by this like idea of the potential of
승리의 보람과
locked room.
세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네.
Almost there.
지금 우리가 보는 경치가
To be fair, that was taken by Time
그런
Killing
것일
Time.
테니.
I would take every intervallo could be a mystery and I would be happy. There's so much you can do. This is one of those ones where there's like already a lot going on that they have to cover.
모델 45i-3 충전. 전투 준비 완료.
I don't know how much HP Cassetti's gonna have on this like hardened mode. I want to get a big combo. I can't remember, but it's time to do Believe in the Dawn Blood Fiend theory. I had like heard of it, but I don't even think I gave it that much thought really. I didn't think there was like, I wouldn't say I didn't believe.
공격 범위 확인.
I wouldn't say I didn't believe, like I was anti it, but I didn't particularly have strong feelings about it.
이쯤이야? 정의의 이름으로!
But I don't think it was that. Yeah, by the way, Dawn getting beat by your companion. That's one of the... I do think she was like rewritten somewhere or something, because there's the whole thing with her coat originally saying Miguel. How was the polls? I spent one guaranteed 3-star ticket and like the guaranteed season 6. Season 6. Season 6 Canto 8 ticket. And all I got were dupes, so that's where I left off. And just went to borrow the other units.
충전 기능 점검. 단순의 점령으로.
아르카나 슬레이버!
I'm trying to think, I wasn't like anti the theory, but I didn't have like strong belief in it either. The cleanup.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
온전히 앉아 있어라.
And even like coming into this event, I don't even think. I'm trying to remember what we thought. Like, I think people noticed. People definitely noticed that there was some blood fiendy stuff going on in the trailer, but we didn't really have like a full context of all that. We're assuming Dawn would get something, but
사랑으로 이차 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
승객 무력 확인. 차라리 지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
and then like the other reveal regarding Dawn wasn't
잠깐 걸리잖아.
particularly
이 사람 좀 보게. 아직 살아있는 자가 있네.
big either. I will say because I was pre-Limbus release way back, and I'm sure I mentioned this in like some of the Lobotomy Corp streams. I was sort of interested in the idea when I was learning more about Man from La Mancha that she was Dulcinea. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere.
뭐야? 들어오지 마 이놈들이!
이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
원찮아.
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
어? 아니야, 이제 이거는
Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, and cast his gaze towards the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의치인지 괴물인지 한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나?
He was just checking in.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다. 의체... 다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
I've been like waiting so long for a bit more Gregor stuff. But I'm glad we got a little bit of it in spring cultivation.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
Well, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국
그럴 수가... 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this, either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me, I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간에 잘도 저런 걸 쓴다.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
I'll be right back, no.
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
Unnamed Warp Corp employee, don't do it. The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면포들을 준비해 놓았거든요.
그랬군. 그럼
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. You don't know how right you are. I wonder what the purpose of those are. I think that was... I don't think we get like an answer to that. Like, was he a victim of whatever is actually making people disappear? Or are they just like ejection bots?
갔어.
가버리셨군요.
He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. See you later, alligator. In a while, crocodile.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그
Do it.
환상체 이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
오늘도 W사의 워프 열차를 이용해 주시는 승객 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 이번 여정의 목적지까지 친절한 안내로 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh yeah. I have to.
오늘도 W사의 워프 열차를 이용해 주시는 승객 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 이번 여정의 목적지까지 친절한 안내로 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
This is my collection and who I don't have if that's of interest. Come back. Of course. Oh, magical girl. No, she didn't come home. And like, I wasn't gonna put extra into the banner, because again, this was pre-Arknights. Next car.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
I mean, you would never like put this above one of the corporations, just like ejecting them, but I feel like
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아 있는
That's
정리
cool.
요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
I feel like if it was like a very powerful employee, wouldn't it be a waste? I'm hoping it's Index. Okay, so here's my thing about the next developer, I guess. You got this, Faust. Thank you. I feel like Index is one of the...
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다.
Oh yeah, this is why I don't tend to use like the talking. Because I lose my train of thought when I'm talking over the text like that. And I want to read the
요원
messages.
여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황
4.188.
약 4.188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
Now let's go for it. One thing I want for all targets is I don't want it to be Ishmael, even though she's one of the ones that's most due. Not just most due, one of the ones that doesn't have an identity. I want her to be safe for Purgus, because it's also like animation's really cool. It's like the best timing for her to get Crimson Scar. So my hope was things would line up, that it would be a good time to get Merceau and Gregor together. And also like the last Volpurgis, 2 women, now we'd have 2 men. But now Merceau just got another ID and I don't think...
자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
And I don't think they'd give him a third thing. So I think that still puts Gregor... Huh? Gregor is like the most likely candidate. Oh, the game effects are a little loud. Thank you for telling me. I will turn it down a bit.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다.
Oh, cool.
자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
So my main thing is like not Ishmael. I know if we get like, it just the timing lines up so well. So I guess like the other option, I feel like Greg's pretty definite. And then I guess Faust would be okay timing wise.
청소 타입 G 확인. 요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
Trying to think who else has been a while since like an ID. Probably not Sinclair. I guess Otis. Probably not Sinclair because he's already had a bunch this season. Again, I do like Index is weird because like I don't want us to jump to Star of the City, so I wouldn't get like named Index. But I think it would be a good time, although we won't get the story. It would be a good... And you don't want something that would like... You really want the story for as well. Salvador, if it was like Greg and Merceau, I think like... Salvador and Oscar would be interesting. Although, Greg is Fire Fist, so like... Or we can do my favorite option. We go back and we finally get Lulu Heathcliff. There, I'm locking it in. And then we wouldn't need a story anyway. have to make sense. There's no story, so it's like only vaguely canonical.
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아 있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
You got this? You don't got this. You know, Star, I think she would also be cool. It's just that I don't know who you'd want to get it. Also, it sounds like everybody's very disappointed with Faust.
현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
The guard. Now things are starting to clash.
공격 범위 확인.
How's this too many dead turns?
출력 최대치.
It's so... Because when her cube was revealed,
해당 행동의 약 14%의
like it sounded workable to me and quite interesting. She must pay for the sin of
청소를
mouse.
수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
I mean, we thought Sinclair would be like paying for the sins of Enclair for a while. But then he got Sank, which was also really good. And I think it's possibly aged better now. Ooh. We got the combo though. She would be interesting because then it would sort of like, I mean, we know it'd be unlikely for like Ishmael. That will roll over. Let's get more charge.
암호 시동 체크.
5 turns, bad boys generation.
온전히 앉아 있어라.
That's really unfortunate because I think it could work, and I don't think people really like. When I was reading like the discussions, people didn't. Oh, oh. There we go. Oh, is this? Should be on low battery. Walter's Vi Captain.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리
No, we want the Mecha Edgar from Distortion Detective.
내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
출력 최대치.
See you later, Zilla. There's so many Distortion Detective IDs I would want. I would know. I know. Marksman in the Mist. The only problem with Distortion Detective is there's just not a lot. Oh, look at that. And like with Canon Power Creep, you don't wanna like bring, like, I don't want a Moses or like Uriah or Ezra, even Vespa ID this early, even though I really want like Vespa Meso. I want to hear his voice.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체
Good job.
이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
Aesthetic
다시
fixers. Getting
관리를
there.
맡겨주실까?
Oh, we'll have to do a refill, I think.
차원 파동 장갑.
I mean, especially
충전
one
완료.
at Ezra ID, you can't. We get like one of those. I mean, I guess we don't have to. We could be like mirror worlds where multiple characters can be.
폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아
Ezra.
있는 전문 요원은
I don't think we're at
신속한
that point
상황 종료를
yet.
위해 노력해 주십시오.
But I'm also the person who's like, I don't want. I don't want the red mist ID. I don't want the black silence ID, like, ever. Not till end of service. Oh yeah, I hope we'll get level 5 before Warp Court Falls. I know.
신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
I was talking about the like Warp Court aesthetic earlier. It just works. Neutral, go for it. Now
암호
clashing.
시동 체크.
Have fun. This AoE.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다.
Try and use the ego at some point.
해당 행동의 모범적인 청소 방식을 확인합니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
I'm gonna complain if we get 2 Ezras. To be fair, I probably wouldn't either. I want to see Vespa's
정리 방식의 선택이
fighting style with the harpoon is so interesting. I like to see
훌륭합니다.
more of that.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
정의 이름으로.
차라리
아무것도 많지 마라.
I guess the other question with index is of course how will they work?
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을
I haven't
안내드립니다.
really been using ego. We can do
자세한
that.
내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
Well then, see ya. Anti-resonance seems to be the one that makes the most sense. Oh, I don't have this one at Uptype 4. I forgot that it's AoE.
출력 최대치.
One's close to stagger, so keep an eye on that.
정의 이름으로. 이것도 이 정도쯤이야? 혀! 아르카나 세이버!
It is fun to imagine like
방금
doing this whole climactic reveal while Dawn's dressed as a magical girl. What do you need? Okay, it's the wrath that.
서면에 적혀 있습니다.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
I wonder I mean, if we end up with the Wing War, which does seem to be what we're leading to, I wonder what like W Corp's last stand would be. They have like a secret weapon they've been saving.
끝났으니까.
아주 이렇게 정화되었네.
To marry again. Super effective against orphanages. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
어?
Oh yeah,
이건 또 뭐야?
I forgot this put me in hysterics the first time. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm okay. The T-Corp box is so funny. It's like a you had to be there during early access, Rumina. You had to be there. A box that has no relevance to the greater plot whatsoever. We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아. 역시 W4하고도.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 이리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지. 부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject, as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
핏덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요. 같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
혹시 이분은
We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack, as though we saw something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만. 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님, 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네,
Sorry.
다행이었겠군요.
This click. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네. 고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요. 평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Her voice was such a whisper for a second. For the second part of her sentence, they could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요. 대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과 코끝의 혈약만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
I remember really liking just this little bit of sinners having completed their cantos, then like reaching out. It seemed that Ishmael and Isam picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation, and also like the sinners who had more complete arcs.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
그건
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다. 현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 1칸이 남는다.
Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데.
No, this is sorry. No, I was just thinking. This was so hype, and we were so looking forward for the Blood Fiend Hunters. And then
정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈주를 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
the sinners each exchanged various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Blood Fiend's strength. And all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아! 그러든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네! 그러니 서두르세!
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Blood Fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the last car of this train. Yeah, Dylan, I've had the same sort of thought about how Canto 5 ended.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀
He's
상관없다.
here.
지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런
He's
것일
here.
테니.
Yeah, I'll just finish. It's I mean, Ishmael's always an interesting case, being like her book finished before like her stuff starts. I feel like I remember actually when I was playing it, I was very surprised how cleanly it ended. What I thought we might be getting going forward was just sort of like commentary on like how healing is not straightforward. Trauma can still persist going forward, and we still have Ahab out there, but again, that leaves the like, how satisfying is it gonna be to like just have her fall back? Especially because her development was so cleanly like just like the cutoff from Ahab. I don't think it'd be really satisfying to immediately have her fall back, even though, as I just said, I'm repeating the same sort of thing. Even though I just said like healing, recovery, it's not smooth sailing. And Ishmael does have like a lot of interesting aspects to her character and her OCD. And I feel like they were, throughout the last cantos, I feel like they were trying to sort of figure out where they want to go with her, even though there's this like big piece that she just doesn't know about. And they sort of like tried some different things. Regardless, I think she's still gonna be like being the one who like sort of fulfills the straight man. She still, I think, has one of like the highest word counts. I mean, it's so I don't know. It's still, I mean, being my favorite character, I want her to still have like meaty content, but she's like the one. Isang had like a pretty strong breaking free theme, but is still very involved in the world. Feels like Katisha, maybe Ishmael being Ahab's. Yeah, that's what I feel like, but I don't know how much that does for Ishmael's character. The thing they have sort of left off is like her finding her path, which I do think is interesting, but they haven't really explored that so much. Oh yeah, don't give me a start on Ishmael. I'll ramble forever. It's the one thing I felt like... The one thing, I'm just thinking about like my final thoughts of like Canto 5. But its content. I wouldn't have had it been like so... one sort of like writing aspect I was sort of unsure of was Ismael sort of like choosing Dante as the one thing to keep her going. I would have put like a greater... I mean, what am I talking about? Not what I would have, but what I would have liked to see is maybe is like how Dante is creating like a healthier crew situation and comparing that rather than Dante being like the only thing that's keeping her around. Because you have seen that sort of like Heathcliff sort of regarding everyone as family. You could have done something like Ishmael lost everyone. She lost everyone twice and is scared to like make those connections again. I think that's another like sort of interesting way to go, and is maybe form something with Dante but not strong with everyone else. We'll see. I like the meaty content, and she hasn't exactly had that, but it takes time. I feel like they're still sort of like finding their footing with like how to continue with Sinclair, how to continue with Gregor, and it's one of the harder aspects of having a larger cast, or particularly this larger cast where everybody is around most of the time. We don't have that many intervallos or parts of cantos where people are separated, so it's hard to balance them. I don't envy that challenge. I want the one with, if I can, with all the tier 4s. This also comes from me just like way over analyzing her character. Oh, he's finally here. I remember also when we came up, I have to see how I voiced him. I didn't get a good sense from the trailer his voice, because it's like you could go different ways with his performance. You could go really whiny and like weak and it would work, or you could like sort of play him more straight and he would still work.
정리를 시작하겠어.
I don't want this to be my main CD. That Sinclair would be my expression there. This room.
다들 왜 그런 표정이지?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, yay!
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
저자가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 탈비인 듯하군요.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
Yeah, you know who we have with us?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권 소비자. 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
이 열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙이 이놈이 벌인 짓인가?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지.
This is like so much funnier in hindsight.
자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장. 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
Merry making.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면
Yeah, there's another Bayolet.
되어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 대사는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어. 가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me?
가면을 벗을 수 있겠지.
Very sorry, did not mean to interrupt you, Asetti. No, it was like this kind of stuff I just didn't find particularly interesting the first time around, because I really did just assume they were random ramblings. With the context. I'm so sorry I doubted you.
내놈, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지? 솜씨가 제법이군.
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한 이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만 너무 아파. 아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군. 다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
Comes by it honestly.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아.
Oh, doggo. You want up?
짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다
Want to witness the Prince of the Parade too?
달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 불을 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 건 기억하고 있어요.
Yes, sir, I do.
난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은 조금도 없어. 이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아. 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데?
But I want to know, how did you get out? I mean, I know you just ran, but I want the story. How did you manage to, like, actually sneak onto a train?
이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까. 이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을, 이 자유를. 하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈기는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
잠깐!
Welcome back. Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer he ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 건가?
Yeah, the cavalry.
저길 보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세! 저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네!
혈기. 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면
정말 여기까지 왔네? 날개에서 의뢰를 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나. 너도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서 무슨 소리를 하는 거야? 그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀나갔더라고.
No, she's doing her villain monologue.
근데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 죽기 싫다라고. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면. 피하세요, 돈키호테. 무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고!
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라. 가족들이 날 찾으러 온 줄 알았다고.
Well,
죄송합니다, 카제트님.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권석.
first in line since the escape. Did she have one before? Or maybe kindred in the sense that Sasha would make more.
난 나의 왕국을, 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
말씀하신 대로 Wiggle Dog.
강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 정보 형편없는 놈들 뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을 카세트님에게로 보내주었습니다.
Doggo. Speaking.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어.
Oh, Nikki, don't worry. You're just in time. And Helen, yes, you may.
그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
I haven't seen it, but I'm curious.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요.
Get down. Oh, okay.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가? 우리가 처음 보았을 때부터
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그 승객들은
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은 길수록 좋다.
Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I'd hoped that we'd be spared this sight.
어린아이도 있었다네.
알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
그이 닥치시게!
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
그이 닥치라고 하지 않았는가!
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. All I'm gonna say is I thought Merceau got the Cassetti ID because he has a bleed ego.
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아 있는 정리 요원은 신속한
That he-
상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
Really forgot is one of these. That he can only sort of use. I know Rhino's good, but there wasn't really like room for him on the team. Let's start, but yeah, we want to save for a big combo on Cassetti. Okay, looking forward to checking out that story then. I feel it would have been more impactful if we actually saw the blood bag jump, but PM seems to avoid showing violence to children. That's what I thought until Canto 8.
유혈적 폭력 사태의 진압 가능성이 50%를 상회했습니다. 승객
Maybe we should
일부의
get the
문제를
stagger.
감지했으나
Will I get down there?
워프 열차
Okay,
연산
nice.
시스템은 해당 요소가 큰 문제가 아니라고 판단하고 있습니다. 노고에 감사드립니다.
Hey, Otis. You want to get that sanity up. I think we're okay to get that out for the moment.
날카롭고 정확하게.
See, what passives do you want to get up while we're... Do you want to use Dawn's ego?
악은 이렇게
Just to show it off.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약
Maybe I should have brought Faust's ego anyway.
판단했습니다.
Let's get your... Charge up. Wants to land a good hit. 5. Okay, we can leave you for the moment. Make sure that actually clashes. Because it was like the answer to the during the end of Ruina Q&A. It was the answer to why did we never see Lisa's death? It was like we don't want to show violence against children. Which is true, they've generally avoided it.
알립니다. 상황이 통제될 가능성이 지속적으로 상승하고 있습니다. 요원 여러분들은 분투하시어 빠른 사태 진화에 협조하시길 부탁드립니다.
Get a good hit there. Actually... Okay, you do that one. Both do that, okay. Slow and steady. Like Dawn to do a heal. Oh, she'll get the extra skill 3 as well.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 통신합니다.
났으니까.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
I haven't even been checking the passives. I'll check when Pasha comes out. And Cassetti, obviously. I want to see what hard mode does to him. Okay, here she is.
청소 타입 G 확인. 요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
Okay. Oh, red coins. Activate prosthesis. 10 plus charge, consume 3 charge, gain coin power. 15 plus charge, 3 additional charge, deal 20% damage. Less than 5 charge, lose 10 HP, gain 9 charge count. Bleed bind, hard blood reflux. So again, 10 plus charge count, consume 3 charge, gain coin powers. Lose 10% HP to gain 9. Bleed, paralyze, bleed, bleed count, bleed, bleed count. Bioenergy conversion charge. Consume 10% of HP on self to gain 15% charge count. Clash lose. Deal minus 50% damage, and damage dealt by this skill cannot stagger the target. Unbreakable. And then some on hit without cracking is bleed, bleed count, 6 bleed, 2 bleed count, 2 offense level down. So that's your, okay, that's your blue skill. Base power plus 1 for every 3 bleed count. Target blood transfusion, gain coin power. Again, lots of this. Conditions unmet. Bloodthirst. Again, that's fragile. Damage up. Plus 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Consume 3 bleed to gain 1 coagulated blood. Thirst for blood. Power to target with bleed. Power leakage. Tenacious. Self-inflicted damage due to this unit's skills does not reduce this unit's HP under 1. Prosthesis model L37. Upon entry, heal 20 SP. Turn start 31 charge count, heal 1 SP. Turn start at less than 5 charge count. Inflict attack power down on self. 5 plus is clash power. 10 plus is plus coin boost. 15 plus deal plus charge damage on self. A young kindred. Damage taken from bleed minus 30% rounded down. On hit, if this target has bleed, heal 25% of the damage dealt. So that's, again, your don't use bleed. Oh, this is new. Nightmare of La Mancha Land. If there are La Mancha Land blood fiends among the enemies, gain the following effects. In a clash against La Mancha Land blood fiends, lose 4 clash power. When attacking La Mancha Land blood fiends, lose 5 SP once per skill, 2 times per turn. Deal 20% skill damage against La Mancha Land blood fiends. Okay, you can use bleed. Well, that's nice, because I have run into... I did do a mirror dungeon once when... doing bleed just like took forever on Cassetti. She doesn't even know what La Mancha Land was. Well, I think internally she would know. I want to save that. Let's just do normal. Ooh. Yeah, you're fine. I just think I'll just do regular. I mean, she would still get the like going against the bloodstream debuff.
공격 범위 확인.
Oh, does Cassetti have lines if you come in with La Mancha Land blood fiends? I like your laugh. Little filial impiety.
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아 있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
Let's not. Rhodia, you should be fine. Really want. Yeah, just saving skills a little bit. Okay, good. Faustus is skill 3 coming up. know how he changes. It might not even be possible. We want to see if we can get the big stagger turn.
후일자를 차고 있습니다.
Okay.
진절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의
Ah,
첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
forgot about that.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
치워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 추태는 그 어버이가
Ah.
가둬야 하는 법.
개소.
Oh, she's smiling in that. She's smiling. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and...
잊고 있던 해바람이야.
An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
Blood! Blood extensions. Kind of a power move.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는 반역자 놈들아.
특이성 감지 센서, 청소 타입 Y 확인. 위험 인물의 활동성이 증가했는지 확인하시길 권장드립니다.
모조리 죽여서 조용히 만드는 거야.
Okay, Faust, you're gonna set this up. Hold on, you do have another skill 3. So let's... Not gonna get like huge resonance, but let's just... see what we can do here. Okay. I know you can speed next turn, but we do have... Oh, I forgot to use stuff. We'll take a look at that. I don't know if I'm so good at that, but I'm a bit on autopilot for these fights. I feel like I've done them so many times in Mirror Dungeon.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
정보다도 풍자로 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대. 여기서 빛은 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 스웨이너!
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다.
Okay, not the...
현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가
Okay.
발생했습니다.
Let's just...
신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
Let's see if we can get to that stagger. Oh, and Otis being first is really nice. Oh, good job. Curses 20 million times. I really like it appearing over during the ego.
아르카나 스웨이너!
젠장!
I forgot to read his stats again. I assume he has Nightmare of like the Mancha Land as well.
젠장! 공격 내주기!
아무것도 남지 마라.
Gonna bring us home, Faust. There we go. Who needs multiple phases?
아파! 그래! 피가 끓어넘치는 인간은 좋아. 하지만 이건 너무 아프잖아.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
이래서는 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint. We're at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 많이 고파.
배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른 게 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 뻐근 뒤라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐! 조용히 해! 아니야 잘 못했어요. 제발 한 모금만 주세요. 소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. Considering the sinners would survive the night in the back streets not much later, I wonder just how long they're fighting. Oh, that's a good point. I feel like one thing that's been brought up here is also the mental fatigue. These are like night in the back streets, so they were doing this like post Ricardo beating, and the Heisho ambush. At least there's like, I think knowing that there's an end helps. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't.
권소, 나의 자식! 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게?
이놈들의 약점을 찾아. 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이 우리에게 매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
한 가지 지피는 것이 있다면.
To be fair, it's a good idea. Nasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 의체를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤
Hey, doggo.
그렇지
Oh,
않아도 된다는
I'll be right back. I think she wants. Sorry.
조금씩 잃듯이.
I think she wants to be let out. Right back. Sorry. Okay. There, I'm back.
그래도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요. 지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는 이렇게 중요한 것을 쉽사리 흐리고 잊어버리죠.
Oh, doggo. Okay, sorry. Oh, one sec. Okay, sorry about that. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. When they called them, just as we were talking about earlier with like a locked room murder mystery, like having the master, just pointing out that it's the master key card, which implies the existence of non-master key cards, would have been interesting.
막으세요, 동키호테.
오보이시오. 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael Merceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The blood fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를 왕국의 번영을.
Not... How could he overpower chains of others? No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
단테, 파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes a plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠. 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 알겠냐?
I mean, I don't think anybody has just asked before.
이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면
쌀이 협상이라니 어찌 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
I think when I was first playing, when this line came up, this is what I thought the entire point was gonna be about. It's beginning Don's development here. I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
He has a sweat drop. I don't think I've noticed that before.
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를 이야기해보죠.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 네놈은 그 종이고.
그렇습니다.
좋아. 왕은 왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자
We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners in Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. It's so good.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
Okay.
다시 관리를
Negotiation.
맡겨주실까?
Pardon me, the negotiation. Oh, so I don't think we'll have to refill. So, this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles?
그래. 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고.
I like this Coliseum.
화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 관석을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
단테.
응?
연결된 것 같습니다.
Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Cha-ching! Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만
The management. I feel like this in particular. I mean, not just getting this confirmation, but this just sort of added to like the Discord memes. Yeah, the mods. Like to speak to the manager?
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 보통의 인간들이랑 다르군. 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그 카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
I mean, it's pretty nice of him.
열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다. 저 혈기를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠.
I mean, what happens when they get there and the janitor's bored?
하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
It's not like we've always been successful. That was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across those inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에서
상관없다. 악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd not only be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스트군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
I love this line. Despite it, she wants to try. Oh, just like her father. Oh no. Oh, I didn't even think about it like that.
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않은가? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Your struggle begins to wane, but this was not acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Massetti screams incoherently as he jumps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
Faust, what do you mean, the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수건
We're waiting so long. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings of her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage in my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
She doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Nope, I think I'm good. No, you gotta respect Rocinante.
들어하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 꼬맹이가 째깍이 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
로신한테는 냄새 나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those Rocinante?
관리자 나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from the other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서.
Oh, they have to do the CG. Yeah, I was trying to remember how much detail, because I remember people were sort of like extrapolating just from this because we didn't get like a full view. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling and pathetic.
선조시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를
Oh wow. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는 것. 굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, huddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ah. Oh. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래.
Okay.
그대가 그 약속의 시계인가?
Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로시나트를
Rocinante.
부탁하지.
I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one.
언젠가
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Oh, we got there! I've been waiting so long for that. Okay. So there's this uncertainty, the fun. Okay. Chad, if you're right, I'm going to finish up here because I think we got to the big stuff and it's a bit late and I didn't have much sleep and yeah, that's okay. As last stage I know, but I just wanna I don't think I can make it. But I really just wanted to say that. I don't think there's too much. Thank you, thank you. And I want to give Freydog some TLC. Yes, thank you for being... I really super appreciate everybody being understanding with her. She is a bit of an older dog. Sometimes she needs a little bit more TLC on certain days. I'm glad everybody understands. I love her very, 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 very much. Have a good rest and cuddle. I am! I'm petting her right now. I love her very, 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 very much. And I always worry that I'm interrupting stream too much. But I'm gonna take care of her. I love her. And she takes care of me. Extra pat. Okay. Pat, pat, pat. And she takes care of me in return. But yeah, I need to look at what I did for my tier list because I want to bring it up. I don't remember what I like put below this because I don't know if it's like above my favorite intervalos, but I don't know if it's above my favorite intervalos. But I have a lot. It's one of those ones I do have a stronger appreciation for. I think a lot of them. I mean, they'll always. Voice acting always adds a lot. Okay. But thank you, everybody. I hope everyone else enjoyed it. I don't have next stream set, but we'll look at if I don't do something this weekend, definitely next week. But thank you, everybody. I will see you all again soon. I hope you're all doing well and have a lovely weekend. Bye bye.